Hey, Nicholas. All right. Yes, probably not playing SC2 today. Just an FYI. Am I muted? Or was I just not talking? I don't think I'm muted. Um, right, so plan today. Let's do this differently. Let's delete this. How do I remove it? Remove. Add. Display capture. Properties. No. Transform. All right, that looks decent. Give it down. And then if I drag this on top, I can see it. Okay, sweet. Actually, let's make this whole thing a little bit bigger. It's a little small for me. Edit transform. I should have done this before I went live. I need to make it a little bit wider. All right, there we go. Okay, just doing a bit of a coding stream today. And for this one, kind of want to deal with how insane creep spread is for bots. Let's just kind of pick up an example of what's going on with the creep spread. Just keeps getting better and better with these bots, and I need to start taking it seriously. This bot, for instance, Xena Z. Let's find a game against me. That one's a little short, actually. Let's try this one. So let's see when he actually starts his creep spread. Because I feel like this bot starts the creep spread late and it doesn't get many queens. And it still gets ridiculously out of control. Like there's the first creep tumor at the 3-minute mark. Like he's got 2 creep queens only. It looks like. Look at the overlords. They're kind of like granting extra vision. If you had them pooping creep, they would even spread this faster. Which might be the next goal for him. Yeah, we're at 6 minutes and like half the map is covered in creep at the moment. He's even pulled his queens back to fight. So he doesn't have creep queens anymore. Like, yeah, 7 minutes, my third base is completely covered. My natural base is being pushed in on. My alternate third is being pushed. So, and I still think there's improvements that can be done to this to make it even stronger. And this is with him losing his creep queens too, because I think they went back and died to the BC as soon as I jumped it in at the 5:30 mark. Yeah, it makes like Cyril and Scarlet look like Bronze League players with this type of creep spread. Yeah, so my goal is for today's coding stream, I'm going to try to set up a system where I use a Banshee and a Raven. And basically, the Raven's just going to follow the Banshee around. That's pretty simple to provide detection. And the Raven is going to move along the creep. So I kind of wanted to have it like stay just outside of creep range and just travel around the entire edge until it hits the edge of the screen. So like say like here it hits the edge of the screen. Or maybe it'll be dumb and come into the, I don't know, maybe it'll end up going into the main. I'll have to figure out how to work around that. But then when it hits the edge of the screen, then we change direction and then we come back the other way. And just keep doing this back and forth. Don't take any fights. If you see a queen, just just run away, let them have that area. And I think it should work. If it's a build where I get speed Banshees, it could become an issue because then the Banshee will start outrunning the Raven, but I'm pretty sure a Raven is faster than a Banshee. Banshee's 3.85, Raven is 4.13. Yeah, so if he doesn't have the speed upgrade, I think with the speed upgrade, Banshees are definitely much faster than Ravens. So that's the plan. So, how to go about doing this? My cloak Banshee harassers kind of do the same thing where they kind of travel one direction around the danger, and then when they hit the edge of the screen, they'll like bounce back and start traveling the other direction. So I can reference that code, see how I did it. Man, I never know if harass is 2 R's or 1. Looks like 1. Banshee. So avoid danger. Creep. I guess that's it, right? Just avoid danger and creep. I guess I need to consider cloak in that equation too. Because some builds I might have cloak on my Banshee. Change direction. When, I don't know. And then I'll need a Raven.
Target acquired.
Which I guess doesn't... Rain at Banshee position. Away from enemy position, something like that. Just kind of... Wherever the Banshee is, just be behind the Banshee kind of idea. Maybe that's just a better way of saying it. So the Banshee's on the edge of the creep. I kind of want my Raven a little behind that. Because Ravens, you know, they have 11 range, and Banshees can only shoot like 6 range. So I don't need them that close to the creep. I don't think I want, at least in the first iteration, I don't think I'm going to do any sort of fighting with them. Like, I guess if they ran into a single creep queen, they could probably take it out. But for the most part, we're just going to avoid danger. And then I'm going to need some sort of manager which adds and replaces Banshees. Banshee. It could be worth doing without a Raven as well. Because you can still kill active creep tumors with without cloak detection. Probably want to turn this off altogether if I'm dying at home. I want to be like losing my main base and saying, I'm killing creep tumors with my 1 unit that should be saving my main base. I mean, I guess almost 95% of the work's going to be in the Banshee itself. Maybe... maybe keep the Banshee... bit outside of creep. Like, I'm thinking, here's a good example. Here's the edge of the creep. So it looks like creep tumors can see a little bit further than... like, it looks like his vision goes out to here. So you can see, the tumors can see a little bit further than where the creep is. Yeah, like, it looks like this is visible. Maybe I don't have to worry about it. But if my Banshee keeps flashing into the enemy's vision, I feel like that's going to be bad for me. He's just going to be able to intercept it and shoo it away all the time, and I may not be able to kill as much creep as if I'm keeping it, if I keep the Banshee just outside of vision, rather than right on the edge of the creep. That may be something I'd need to worry about. It may kind of just work out naturally. Following Raven won't be able to cloak. That's true. But if the Raven gets shooed away, I guess, yeah, the Raven needs to stay out of danger too. Because there is a chance that that cloaked Banshee will be following the edge of the creep where a Raven can't, because maybe there's a pile of Hydras at the edge of the creep or something. Or off creep. Of course, I don't even know if I want to be flying a cloaked Banshee through a pile of Hydras. That just sounds like... it sounds pretty dangerous. Because the moment he gets detection, I'll just be one shot. Hairy ass. Yeah, that's the spelling. Yeah. So just as a catch-up, that's the idea. Like, this is like a typical bot we're facing on ladder now, where the 7-minute mark he's covered the whole board. So I kind of want the Banshee to just kind of roam the edge of the creep constantly. And then I'm going to have a Raven following that Banshee. And that's what I'm going to create, just a little 2-unit hit squad, which is sole goal is to keep the Zerg in check in terms of their creep. Because especially like my code to clear out creep at my expansion bases is very rudimentary. It's pretty terrible. I'm zoomed in, aren't I? Whoops. Yeah, my code to clear out creep at expansion bases is very rudimentary. I only send over a Raven. The Raven throws down an auto turret. It tries to put it in a place that can kill all the tumors, but if it can't, then it has to leave, and then another Raven has to come over that has energy. And sometimes I don't have energy on my Ravens, and yeah, it can be minutes sometimes to clear out a potential expansion base, just the way I have it coded. That needs improvement as well, but also just keeping the creep in check can help solve that issue a bit. All right, let's take a stab at this. Now I am referencing some old dirty code, which is the majority of my bot right now. And since I'm working on a Mac now, I've forgotten all the Windows hotkeys. Control N? Oh, it's Control N. Okay. Banshee harasser. Yeah, so I do have this dodge clockwise thing, which I think I rotate whenever I hit the edge of the screen. No, this is just it either goes checks all the bases going clockwise around the map or counterclockwise. Maybe that's not the same thing. What happens when I hit the edge of the screen? How did I code that in this thing? Find a path. It's probably in here somewhere. Maybe not. Give movement command. Get safe position. This might be it. Yeah, it looks like I'm calculating the angle based on, like I'm multiplying by -1. So it is some sort of thing I have. Let's see. When do I rotate it? Toggle dodge. Is that the only time? Okay, so it doesn't work exactly how I thought it did. Looks like I used to have something for edge of the map. Position at edge of map. And I got rid of it. I think this might kind of handle it though. But this method doesn't even exist. Nice. No, if it doesn't exist, let's just get rid of that old comment. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure how useful this code's going to be for me. All right, whatever. Let's just start from scratch. Let's create a new unit micro object. Banshee creep clear. Let me make another one called Raven creep clear. They probably don't even have to know anything about each other, actually. If the Raven just follows the Banshee, then I may not have to manage them together.
Target acquired.
I don't actually have a Banshee object. All my Banshees just kind of A move. Except for my harassing Banshee. Okay, let's do the Raven first, actually, because that's pretty easy. So I guess the Raven should keep track of the Banshee. Yeah, it doesn't need to know all the micro stuff, though. Just tracking the unit of the Banshees first is good enough. So, Raven needs to, okay, set the Banshee. Move itself. Banshee doesn't exist. I need to set the target position of the Banshee, of the Raven, I mean. That's obvious. And yeah. And then this on step should have enough code in there to keep Raven moving and safe. So if we haven't set the Banshee yet, or if the Banshee is not alive, then we need to find the Banshee. So Best way to code this. Would I ever have multiple creep clearing banshees? I could set up multiple. I don't think I'd ever actually do that. So let's go under the assumption that there's always going to be 0 or 1 banshees out there. All right, so we get all the banshees, and if one exists, then yeah, I guess we can simplify it since there's only ever going to be one. And then if it's still not set, then I forgot how this even works. Is there anything else I need to do with this? On arrival. On death. Right, okay, I remember. It's handled somewhere else. Okay. All I need to do is set equal to true, and that will release this raven to be used for other purposes. And then we need to set the target position. That's the target position will equal so we'll take the Banshee's position. Move towards what? Move towards the enemy's main base by -3. So wherever the Banshee is, draw a line between that and the enemy main base, and move it 3 back from the Banshee. And that's the ideal position for the Raven. And then in here is Yeah, and here's all the code for like detouring, keeping it safe and whatnot. So when we create this Raven, I want to target position gets set immediately anyway, so we'll just set this to wherever the Raven is. And then set to survival. And I think that's it for the Raven. Maybe I'd want it to spend energy if it gets close to max energy, I guess. But I don't know. That was going to take more logic. It's not even like a simple way to spend energy. It would all be situational. But yeah, I think we're done with this. If it doesn't have a Banshee, or if the Banshee is dead, then we set a new Banshee. If there is no new Banshee, then I just remove the Raven. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, we got a Raven object. Now the more difficult one, the Banshee. Same idea. We'll create it with just a Banshee and we'll give it a survival priority. Which basically just means it makes it a coward. Anytime it has a choice between attacking or staying safe, it'll always choose to stay safe. Definitely want to override select target because it's going to be wanting to target tumors. But I guess we may as well have it periodically shoot other stuff too. If it happens to be passing by a Zergling, may as well take a pot shot at it. So priority creep tumors. Let's shoot anything. If the Banshee dies, the Raven's pathing will know to stay away from creep. Basically, what's going to happen is if the Banshee dies, the Raven's just going to stop doing anything involving creep, killing creep. I'm going to remove this Raven object, and then it'll get picked up by whatever else I use Ravens for, which is normally just joining my main army. I'll have some sort of manager that has to create this creep clearing though. So that's so I can add another Banshee and then add a Raven to match the Banshee. Would a decaying enemy heat map be useful? Yes, there are bots that actually do that. Mine is not one of them. Mine is much more, binary. Like either there's a visible threat and I stay outside the range of that threat, or there isn't a visible threat and everything is hunky-dory. I don't have any sort of concept of like a decaying heat map when an enemy moves into the fog of war. The moment they move into the fog of war, my bot's just like, everything's safe. It's like that unit never existed. Certain things I remember in the fog of war, like long range stuff like siege tanks and tempests and things like that. But that's more time-based than decaying. Yeah, I'll look at chat a little more often when I'm doing this, because it's not like SC2, it takes all my mental energy. And besides, once I can't think of a solution to a problem, I can just take a break and look at chat. The Raven has to be aware of which Banshee is the chosen one. Yeah, so I may have many Banshees in my bot, but I'm specifically looking for the one that's of this object type. Banshee Creep Clear. And that's the one it's going to attach itself to. Does your bot ever skip building a base in one place in favor of another if it's denied enough? No, but my bot will basically build its next base at the next available base, right? So say my third base is blocked because of a burrowed zergling or creep spread, or it's just there's an army there, that makes it dangerous. Then my bot will instead build it at my fourth base location. Or it'll just build a macro orbital inside my main base, or a macro command center inside my main base, which has the option to float out or turn into a macro orbital. My SCVs that build structures are really stupid, though. Sometimes I'll just keep sending an SCV over and over to its death. It's like, you go build this structure, dies. Then you go build a structure, dies. I need to work on that, but it involves a lot of complication. Because once I purchase a structure, I know that money's gone. But then if I, say, send an SCV somewhere and it's not safe and I give the SCV another command, it'll free up that money. And then I'll spend that money on something else, and then I won't be able to build that structure anymore. So I need to handle, setting aside resources for the SCVs that are in the process of building stuff, even if they haven't given the build command yet. All right, let's take a look at this Banshee thing again. I feel like there's probably going to be a lot of reusable stuff in here. So We should probably have just a Banshee class that we can share resources from. We can have that Banshee harasser extend that, and then this can extend. Okay. So anything common to all of my Banshees, I can put in this class. Except this Banshee harasser, I never set it up in the same way as all my other ones. So I need to fix the constructor, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't use that unit priority, but whatever. Just to make it work. Okay. Other issues? What's going on here? Clashes with is safe. Tempting. Okay, that should function as normal. Okay, so we can use the basic. This will handle moving,
acquired.
staying safe. But we're going to have to change some of these methods. So for staying safe, oh my god, cheers. Didn't get the the right alert type. Maybe something I need to fix in stream. But thanks, True Tronu? Noof? Truro Noof. I don't know. For the 100 bits. Thank you so much. Yeah, so by staying safe, that kind of controls where I'm allowed to move. So it's not just danger I need to avoid. I need to avoid stepping on creep as well, because I kind of want to walk the outside of the creep. So How does this method work? Let's see what I did in the Banshee harasser actually. Do I have an is safe method in here? I got a complex one. Checking for cyclone lock. Avoid high damage areas even when cloaked. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. So you don't get one shot. Don't risk being in. Yeah, so even when you're cloaked, I want to stay away from. I don't want to fly over like a pack of stalkers, just in case. And I also don't want to get in range of anti-air if I'm like one shot from being dead. Otherwise, I do some sort of check based on what's going on with my cloak. Yes, I'm either safe or... Yeah. So this is one of these methods I think is pretty handy for all Banshees. So let's move that out to this subclass. Can cloak and is cloaked and is detected. Those are all good ones to put in this subclass as well. Can cloak. Okay, how are we looking here? And the other thing it's looking for is retreat for repairs. That's something specific to here. Where's the air? You should all be protected, not public. Okay, I cleaned up the errors in Banshee harasser. And now we have these methods available. Is safe, is detected, can cloak, is cloaked. What is this doing? Oh, it only cloaks with 50 energy. But if I'm about to die, then it'll cloak with anything over 25, basically. Just to give me like a couple seconds of cloak to maybe save it. Yeah, okay, that kind of works. Right, so let's go back to our creep clearing Banshee. And this will check all these things based on cloak and where the damage is, and if I'm in splash damage, I think it handles. So on top of that, I need to also check
Target acquired.
Make sure I'm not on creep. So when we check this position, yeah. So if the position is safe if it doesn't have creep. Oops. And all the other safety checks pass. Then it's a safe position. So basically doing the same thing as my harassing Banshee, but also adding in the fact that I'm not allowed on to creep. You want these units to be passive? That wasn't a question. Just call me Noof. Yeah. You're not from Newfoundland by any chance, are you? Do you think any probots could beat Alpha Star? Let's assume Alpha Star trained against them first. Oh, couldn't train against them first. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? The best scripted bots aren't nearly as good versus, pro human players as Alpha Star is. Like, Alpha Star is at least Grandmaster. Our best bots are like maybe low Master League, high Diamond League, something like that. But that doesn't mean that our bots couldn't beat Alpha Star, because Alpha Star is trained to go against humans. It might get really confused if it faces a bot who not only plays a completely different playstyle, but is capable of doing micro tricks that humans cannot do. Because Alpha Star wasn't like the bot, the machine learning they did for chess or the machine learning they did for Go, which were like Alpha Zero. Basically means they started with nothing and just did random stuff and kind of like solved the game on its own. With StarCraft, it studied from replays. So it saw what players typically do, it saw what the best players do, and then tried to mimic that. And only then did it kind of develop off of that. But there's that base that it started with. And that base is not really relevant to scripted bots. So there's a chance that Alpha Star will get shreked. It's kind of like the same reason that Alpha Star lost to my clone. If you don't know this, the very first player that Alpha Star ever lost to on ladder was like a Diamond 3 player. All of its engines made it to Grandmaster without even dropping a game. But it faced a Diamond 3 player and got slaughtered because that Diamond 3 player was doing my playstyle. So it was playing like Turtle Mass Raven. And it's just something that it never trained against, didn't know what was going on. It had no concept of how to play like a late value game. And even though I'd say this Diamond 3 player was making tons of mistakes, Alpha Star was making more mistakes and lost to Master Raven. So it could be the exact same thing with the scripted bots. I was watching, let's bring it up here actually. In last week's Pro Bots, an engagement that kind of reminded me of the original Alpha Star demo. Remember when TLO played Alpha Star and you know, he had Immortals versus Stalkers, which you'd think would be really good for TLO, but the Stalkers just stayed out of range and like then collapsed in on him from like multiple different screens. Let's see if I can find this quickly. Oh no, they changed channels, didn't they? Yes, champ Pro Bots. So it's -0. Yeah, if you didn't see this,
one of the best appetizers. Yeah.
My bot played last week. It was an absolute shit show. My bot was like super broken. I'm so lucky I got past it. There's actually a point in the game where I had no units and the opponent had zealots in my main base, and he just left. He just left and it let me get back into the game. And that he would have won the series if he just stayed. Where was -0? Is that the first series? Yeah, it's somewhere around here. Spud pushed out. This feels like it's afterwards. Yeah. Yeah, so he pushes out to the north with tanks and marines. He's basically just facing stalkers, which isn't bad. He doesn't have many marauders. He's got some, but tanks and stim bio is still pretty good against the stalkers. So if you take a look at the mini map, the stalkers are kind of staying out of range. Like they did pick off a stray siege tank, but they're just kind of waiting, and they're waiting and waiting and waiting. Blinking back when the stim bio gets too close. They're taking a couple of losses here and there. Catches those tanks in the back again, and now he collapses from all sides. Add in blink micro as well. Colossus arrives. It's pretty beautiful. Because you charge a bunch of stalkers into siege tanks and stim marines, those stalkers are going to get absolutely shredded. And he ended up killing the whole army with losing almost nothing. He probably lost like less than 10 stalkers, I think, in that engagement. Does anyone know how cheers works? Yeah, I think... No, I don't actually. How does it work? I think 100% of the amount you cheer goes to the Twitch streamer. but when you purchase the bits, that's when Twitch takes their cut. I think is how it works. I know how subs work. Sub is 50% goes to Twitch, 50% goes to the streamer. Unless it's like a big name streamer, in which case it's 70% to the streamer, 30% to Twitch. Anyways, let's get back to what we're working on here. Right, so what we just do, yeah. So the if is safe method, I believe, should work well now. Yeah, it kind of sucks that I didn't build that Banshee harass class the way I built all my other unit micro classes. I'm going to have to kind of fix it on the fly. So how does my normal unit micro work? Calls a method called detour. Yeah, this could work as is, actually. Just my basic unit microcode. So as I'm using this second version of the method. So I just need to make sure I've got this turned on. Yeah, this method kind of tries to retreat straight back, more or less. The other method tries to kind of swing around things. And I got a third one that's completely unused. Start another pathing technique that attempts to maintain the same direction by starting with facing angle. Oh yeah, I remember I was going to do this, and I never did it. Trying to take the wiggle out of my units. Sometimes when they're like figuring out, constantly changing their path, they end up like wiggling a lot, and then they lose their max speed. So then all of a sudden, like a Viking can chase down a Raven, even though it shouldn't be able to. So I wanted it to prefer to try to stay in a straight line when possible. Okay, so that can kind of work. So I think when we pick up this on step from basic unit micro, it'll probably handle the movement pretty well, because since we overloaded this is safe method. Okay, let's do something really basic for the targeting for now. Get enemy targets in range. That's the one I want. For this Banshee. And we'll add a predicate. No, wait, how does this work? Target filter. Oh, that's for the target. Okay, yeah. So we'll just say the target has to be creep tumor for now. So the target type has to be a type of creep tumor, which is a creep tumor, a burrowed creep tumor. So like a fresh creep tumor, a burrowed creep tumor, or whoops, or a creep tumor just placed by a queen. I guess there's no way to know the difference between an active tumor and an inactive tumor in the API. This is probably an above ground tumor, so one that was just recently moved. This is a burrowed tumor, and this is one just created by a queen. So there's nothing to indicate the difference between a burrowed tumor and a burrowed active tumor. That's interesting. Because that's a big difference, you know, whether you're shooting an active tumor or not. I love killing active tumors as a human player. It's supposed to return the target, right? Okay. So this gives me a list of tumors, right? Okay, so is this smart enough to handle a null if there's no targets? If attack target is null, now you return false. Yeah, attack if available. Okay. So it handles nulls. To do target other things. For now, only target creep tumors. It's another spelling thing I don't know. I know Americans would definitely not put a U, but I'm not sure if standard English has a U for tumors or not. Probably not. Okay, so I think the movements is handled. It'll avoid creep. It'll shoot at tumors. Are we missing anything? It's avoiding danger, it's considering cloak, it's considering creep. This may or may not work. It does kind of change direction. I'm not quite sure how the logic works with it, but we'll find out, I guess. Remain behind Banshee, not a danger. Yeah, we've done that. Now we need some sort of manager to even create these. Banshees and Ravens. So this Banshee dies, it will remove itself. That's baked into these objects. And then the Raven will remove itself if the Banshee dies. The Raven will remove itself if the Raven dies. So I just kind of need to add these guys. Some sort of basic manager here. So what do we need to do? We need to check to see what exists for the Banshee creep clear. All right, let's just get some objects first of all. Units microlist dot get. Um, oh, I see the problem. All right. So that's my current creep Banshee and my current creep Raven. So the creep Raven is null and I need to add one. This is probably going to require a little bit of editing, actually. But let me just write it first. Okay, let's sync this through. If I don't have either of them, then I need to have both available. I need to have an extra Raven and an extra Banshee. If I have a Banshee and not a Raven, I need to add a Raven. I'll never have a Raven and not a Banshee, because the Raven removes itself if I don't have the Banshee. So there's 3 scenarios. Even though I don't need it, let's just find it. Let's grab an extra up front just to... I definitely don't want to do 4 each either. Okay, creep Banshee, creep Raven, new Banshee, new Raven. So what are the scenarios here? Missing both. Missing Raven. I think those are the only 2 scenarios. So I can't have a Raven without a Banshee. Okay. So if the creep Banshee equals no, creep Raven equals no, and the new Banshee is not equal no, and the new Raven is not equal no, then I can add them both in. And for just the Raven, it'd be something similar. So the creep Raven is no, And new Raven's not null. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this whole thing is just for testing. I'm going to throw it out at some point. Because I don't want to always have creep clearing Banshees. You know, especially when I'm not even facing Zerg, for instance. But for now. In fact, it's added to do. Make smarter. Versus Zerg. Not dying, etc. But I just want to get this somewhat working.
Target acquired.
I got an error in here. What is this? I think it's time to test it out. So, I'm probably missing some really key components, not to mention having bugs. But, yeah, so we need to call this somewhere in our main on step. As long as it's before... Army 1. Creep clear manager dot. Creep clearing role. Okay. Let's do the Banshee build. Just for practice. So go against a very easy Zerg AI. But let's give him a whole bunch of creep tumors. Hopefully very easy AI knows how to spread creep. All right, so at the start of the game, let's create creep tumor queen, I guess, will be an active tumor for sure.
Target acquired.
At enemy main base mid position. We'll give it to the enemy. And we'll give them, like, I don't know, 5 creep tumors there. And let's do the same thing as natural. Yeah, we're a proxy bunker. That's a good place to put it. And maybe at that other place too. Okay, so we're playing a very easy AI. We're going to give him 15 creep tumors right at the start. See how this goes. Oh, one thing I forgot. There's somewhere where I can hard code my first opening. Yeah, opening starport units. Let's start with a Banshee and a Raven, just so it gets to it quickly. TVZ strategy. I'll turn off Banshee harass just in case that conflicts somehow. Okay, let's try that again. Yeah, I have a sense that none of the AIs are good at none of the Blizzard AIs are good at spreading creep, but I'm not sure. Maybe if we just give them a bunch of creep tumors, they'll be smart enough to do it. You can probably turn off all this debug text too. One of these times I'm going to code something and it's going to work first try. One day that day will come. Where's my factory? Oh, there it is. All right, we got starports, which at the moment are building nothing. That one's building a Raven. Wasn't it supposed to build a Banshee first? Whatever. There's the Banshee. All right, it's not adding the Raven, which is correct because I don't have a Banshee yet. Now, as soon as this Banshee completes, it should hit that breakpoint, and it didn't. Oh, maybe it did. What? What are these things doing? Chasing an overseer. All right. Okay, so I do have a Raven and no Banshee. Forgot to set the breakpoints. That's a kind of a big deal. Let's start those again. Some sort of bug happens. How did it end up with a Raven added but not a Banshee? Oh, right. I already see the problem. Because you can hit this chunk. Okay. How do I do this? I guess I can just add another thing here. I have a Creep Banshee. I don't have a Raven, but I do have an available Raven. Then I add the Raven. Okay, good enough. So it did look like the Raven was staying behind the Banshee, even though the Banshee was chasing an Overseer. So it looked like the Raven was doing his job at least. It's just the Banshee never got... But then, if there's no Banshee object, then the Raven should... Yeah, something was busted. Because if there's no Banshee, then the Raven should have killed itself. Or removed itself. But I guess since I'm re-adding it every single frame. Okay, never mind. So every frame I add a Raven. And then it sees that it can't... That there's no Banshee to follow. And it removes itself. But then the very next frame it adds itself again. So it didn't really test anything. Now, when did I change this build to take such an early third? This seems like highly suicidal what's going on here. I should at least build it in base if I'm going to take a fast third. It's probably something that was like written specifically for a certain bot or something. Yeah, it's supposed to have the Banshee, then the Raven. Yeah, it's building the Raven first for some reason. Whatever. Alright, so there's our Raven. We haven't hit a breakpoint yet, which is correct. But as soon as this Banshee pops, boom, okay. So now we're in this chunk of code that adds the Banshee and then adds the Raven. Now let's see if they do their job. Why is it trying to add a Raven again? Creep Raven ends up being null. So the Raven removed itself for some reason. Probably jumped in here. Oh, I know. It's this stupid on arrival method that's killing it. I gotta make sure that this thing does nothing. I should get rid of this thing. It's mostly annoying, more than helpful. Okay, let's try again. Like, say I'm sending a Marine to a bunker. Well, like, once it arrives at its destination, I remove that object. Because it's okay, it's done its job, it's got to where it's need to be. But most units, I need to maintain them forever. There is no destination. So let's see what's inside this array. Yeah, Banshee then Raven. There must be some other code somewhere that's really prioritizing the Raven. Which doesn't surprise me, because there's so many things versus Zerg where I need detection. Zerg bots love being annoying with not just creep, but burrowed Zerglings blocking expansions and stuff. I just thought of something. If my Banshee's not allowed to enter the creep, will it even be able to reach the creep tumor? If the creep is fully spread from that tumor? I have a feeling it won't. I need to be a little bit better about allowing it onto creep in certain scenarios. All right. Still trapped SCV. Awesome.
Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore.
"2 years. Well for non-mathematicians. Ket Kappa."
Why aren't my starports working? Oh, throwing a whole bunch of errors. Nice. Probably because of that trapped SCV. I don't know. Requeue canceled structure. Index out of bounds exception. Looks like this was meant to fix the error. So if this is empty, this list is empty, and I try to insert it index 1 instead of 0, then it'll blow up. That's probably what is happening. This is probably meant to be min. Yeah, I always put it back as the second one. Unless it's empty, in which case the size would be 0. It's in the minimum. Yeah, that's meant to be min. Okay. Nice. We got a little bug fix during the stream as well, which could actually help me in ProBots because it looks like my bot would completely die if it had a trapped SCV and the SCV was trying to build something. So, nice unintentional catch. Attempt number 4. We still don't even know if the Zerg is even spreading the creep or not. I guess we may have to manually create all the creep tumors for the opponent Zerg, which would be annoying. I mean, creep spread is one of the easiest and most OP things to code for a Zerg bot, so I can't imagine Blizzard AI wouldn't think to spread creep with their Zerg bots. Alright, starport's on the way. Kind of hoping that the SCV gets trapped here again. So we can test to see if that error is going to keep popping up. Or if we fixed it. Pretty sure it's fixed. Yeah, stay up in that corner. No. Get back to the corner. Oh, it's trapped. Nice. Now we gotta make sure, now we gotta hope it uses this SCV to try to build something. It's gonna be hard to recreate that bug, actually. Alright, there's the Raven. There's the Banshee. Actually, the fact that it's wiggling around makes me think it is trying to build something. So. Okay, so the Banshee pops is going to create those objects now. Which is correct. You know what? We never told the Banshee where to go. I just realized. We told it how to stay safe. Yeah, so the target position is just... Okay. Yeah, we gotta tell the Banshee where to go. Which may be... Did I already override it? Oh, there it is. Hmm. This may be more complicated than I thought. Let's for now just see what happens if I just give it the enemy main base position. Target position equals... I don't think this is going to work, though. I think we're going to have to do something more complicated when it comes to... Yeah, we'll see. Like, it reaches the... It heads towards the enemy main, and then it finds creep, and it starts moving along the edge of the creep. But I don't think it'll, like, travel further away from the enemy's main base. It'll just probably keep wiggling on the creep at the closest point it can get to the enemy main. So I'm going to have to do something a little more complex for the target position, I think. Is it possible to put the bot on ladder to play with human players? Well, technically, yes, because AlphaStar went on the ladder. And we use the same API that AlphaStar used. But has Blizzard allowed us to? No. This is all under the control of Blizzard, and bots are not allowed there. You can play the bots yourself locally. You just have to download a launcher and download the bot and play it. But yeah, at the end of each pro bot season, we usually have a humans versus bots show match. Sometimes we get a pro player to join. It would be cool though if we could put him on the BattleNet ladder. But we were talking with like Harstem, since he's the only one we know who has an in with Blizzard. And yeah, the memes about like the Blizzard intern it's not really a meme. There's like one developer who's handling multiple of the Sunset games.
Acquired.
And this developer doesn't know anything about how StarCraft 2 works. Like, he's not touching any code that could break stuff. So when we're talking about, like, the Linux Clinic client that we had for for our stuff, he's like, yeah, I'm not doing that. We even got one of the DeepMind guys to volunteer to help and set stuff up. He's the one who created the API for Blizzard, and he helped create AlphaStar. But yeah, there's just no staff for SC2 anymore. Because the other annoying thing is like we're still stuck on an old, like the Linux client is where we run our ladder, and the Linux client is still stuck on patch 4.11, like back when infested Terrans still existed. So we've had to like mimic the current balance patch, build it into the maps. Okay, so the Banshee came. Oops. Turn that off. So the Raven should go to the stay behind the Banshee, and the Banshee should be heading towards nowhere. Oh, I don't think this is called non-step. I think I need to explicitly call this. And we try again. Oh, actually, I'm so used to my work where I need to restart the server every time. I think I could have just rebuilt it during the match and it would have worked for this. I didn't have to restart the whole game. You're saying reports never get read. I don't think reports ever got read. That was like a button to make angry players happy. It's like, I'm going to complain about a player. Okay, great. Hope you feel better because no one's reading those reports. But I don't know. I mean, like maybe just like it's a toggle switch and it's really easy to set it up to allow bots on the ladder. Like maybe they could just turn on AlphaStar on a flick of a switch again if they wanted to. And if that's the case, then maybe it would be easy enough to implement our bots. But I would say the likelihood of that happening is almost zero. I do need to fix up my bots to play against humans though. There's a whole bunch of like annoying complications when you play in real time. Because bot versus bot matches are not played in real time. They're played in what's called like step mode, where like for each game frame it waits for both bots to do what they need to do, and then it moves on to the next game frame. In real time, a lot of things are annoying and don't really work well. And every year I think I got all my bugs fixed when it comes to that. And then I see my bot play and it makes a whole bunch of stupid mistakes. One thing I was noticing is my bot will like cancel an SCV to create the orbital, but won't create the orbital, it'll just start another SCV, and then it'll cancel the SCV, and then it'll start another SCV. And so like my command centers get turned off whenever they try to turn into a planetary or an orbital, because they're too stupid to be able to make it work. Oh, did it actually build the Banshee first for once? So random. God damn. What's happening? Oh. God damn it. It's the wrong method. Oh, is it set target position? All right, let's see if I rebuild it right now, if it'll work. Okay, there we go. All right, it doesn't like creep. That's a good thing. Not going as planned. All right. It's a start. And it won't shoot these creep tumors because it's not allowed to go in the creep. Also, I'm finding out that the Blizzard AI is not spreading creep, which kind of sucks. Ugh. How the heck do I test this then? Could it just be the difficulty? Maybe if I set it against a higher difficulty, they'll start spreading creep? Or is Blizzard AI just never good at spreading creep? I got another idea too. Maybe it won't do it because I gave him these creep tumors. So maybe if I just give him a bunch of queens, he'll start spreading creep with those. Alright, we'll give him 5 queens as well. At the start of the game. I don't think I should keep the Raven back either. I noticed it wasn't giving detection very well. Let's just let's try to keep the Raven right on top of the Banshee. Yeah, some people have set up a environment on their local machine to run bots versus bots. Yeah, actually, I could use the launcher. The problem is I won't be able to debug, which is kind of what I want to do right now. I could build my own Java bot that just spreads creep. It actually probably wouldn't take too long to build a creep spreading Zerg bot. All right, Raven is out. I just noticed another issue there too. So it saw the queens and it wanted to run away from them. But he's like, well, I'm not allowed to run here because this is creep. So the only retreat path is to continue along this path here. But the good news is when the Banshee died, it removed the Raven. Creep Raven as well. So that logic worked. And now that we got another Banshee, we can add these two back. Where are they? Here they are. Yeah, this tumor's not being spread. And I built him a whole bunch of queens. I gave him 5 queens at the start of the game. He didn't build a single creep tumor.
Target acquired.
Probably just spammed a whole bunch of injects. Let me think. Hmm. Let me see what bots I have locally. I got the human version of Eris. Like the versus human version. That could work. Let me try one more thing first. Let me try changing the map. Because this map I fly right into his main base, which is annoying. Well, I still need something that can spread creep. Okay, let's deploy this and send it up against Eris. I remember to turn this stuff off too. Actually, maybe I should Banshee Cyclone so I can be competitive. Otherwise, Eris is just going to slaughter me. Okay. Okay, let's give this a try. Ketrock versus Eris. Uh, I don't know maps by name very well. Right. Eris is launching. Ketrock is launching. Yeah, I mean, I could also make my own creep spreading bot, and then I could test it while debugging. It'd be easy enough to like just spread tumors whenever they're available. The issue would be I think Eris just crashed. It may not work anymore. Eris receive connections.empty. That's not good. Let's try that one more time. Oh, this is from last season, so maybe the new maps don't work for him. 2000 atmospheres, that's an old map. Yeah, making the tumors, like, just check whenever they're available and spread them. That'd be the easy part. The difficult part would be deciding where to put the creep tumor. So I gotta make sure I'm like spreading out, not just spreading to random locations. Otherwise, it won't really go anywhere. So I'd have to at least build one logical function in that bot. I might try that next, actually. My bot just said BC rush. Why is it doing a BC rush? God damn it. What did I do wrong? This has not been a successful stream here. Game plan is a Banshee Cyclone. That's the adjustments. Leaves. Weird. What? Ow. In here. Tournament mode is turned off. So he comes in here. We're facing a Zerg. I immediately tell that the game plan's Banshee Cyclone. This won't get entered because it's not none. This won't get entered because it's not none. Banshee Cyclone. Blah, blah, blah. Exits out of the method. And then prints out the game plan. And then now at some point, for some reason, it's BC Rush. I maybe I forgot to build. Let me build and create the jar file. How's the BC Rush going anyways? Looks broken. Yep, something's breaking. Point X has a value of minus 4.5, which is lower than 0. I found another bug. Line 264. Something's very wrong, actually. Oh, I know why, because I'm playing on an old map. BC Rush doesn't have the natural wall on the old maps. Okay, it's not a real bug. But what was I doing? Let's create that jar again. Close the game down. Place that and try it again. Eris versus Ketrock and go. Hey. You work for Blizzard. There's no developers who work on StarCraft for Blizzard. The problem is too is they have all these like proprietary code. Like there's code they use in StarCraft 2 is like that they use in other games as well. And they wouldn't want other people to know about it. Because if they didn't have this proprietary code, it would be so cool if they would just open source SC2 and then we can just let the community drive the changes. Okay. Are we even doing the right build this time? Banshee Cyclone. Okay, so I just didn't build it properly. And it looks like Eris is actually playing. That's a good thing. Both bots are not broken. So I guess the one thing we can test here is just if my
Target acquired.
Banshee will naturally kind of move along the edge of the creep once it gets spread out. All the other issues I don't need Eris for to test. Wow. Greedy, greedy. He made his bot go 4-hatch versus humans. No wonder he had troubles. All right, so we got creep spread has begun. Keep making queens, man. This is a little weird, actually. I've never seen Eris with so few queens before. He doesn't always play this way, does he? Oh my gosh, that's scary if he does. If he's missing this many injects and he's still slaughtering every bot on the ladder. What's that? Looks like a spire. and click on it. All right, anyways, what's my bot doing? All right, it's building a Banshee. Not sure if I'll ever get the gas to build a Raven. There's a Raven coming. Okay. How's the creed spread looking? Good enough, I guess. But this is what I want to see, though, is like a big line of creep. All right, so the Raven's out. Now this Banshee's... Okay, technically there's no creep here, right? So the Banshee ended up on this little island. We got stuck on the island. And where's the Raven that's supposed to be following it? I definitely built a Raven. There he is. It looks like he got pulled away to clear a base, which I guess is okay. That's probably priority over. So now he's gonna head back to the Banshee. Which is dead. There's one. So it's following the edge. This Raven's not being picked up. Yeah, this Banshee's having a lot of issues. I need to... Okay, so what do we do about dead space? I do want it to fly over dead space. But like... Dead space like this, that's like surrounded by creep. He shouldn't be going in there. But like, for instance, I do want to be able to like fly over gaps like this to find... Do I? Maybe I don't, because I'm clearing creep, so maybe I never want to enter dead space. I always want to stay on like a pathable terrain area. It's almost like limiting my Banshee to like the movement of a ground unit, though. Like I won't be able to fly here. But I would be able to fly over cliffs for the most part. Because this is pathable and this is pathable. Doesn't seem to respect the queens. Yeah, he gets stuck on the island again. Okay, so a couple issues. So why wasn't it respecting the queen damage? Safe if no threat or undetected with cloak. So I don't have the cloak upgrade in this build. So that's never true. This is a bug here too. Avoid high damage areas even when cloaked. But what if I'm not cloaked? Yeah, this method is a mess. This is what happens when I copy code from something I wrote a long time ago. Can you draw annotations around units, for example? Can you illuminate their vision, etc.? Yeah, you can draw things on the screen. So I can draw a circle that represents the vision range of the unit around the unit. Does your bot know the map that it's playing on? Yes, it does. Following a walkable path puts a Banshee in range of queens. Yeah. Well, I mean, I just don't want the Banshee flying into those dead spaces. So avoid the dead space, avoid the creep, and avoid the incoming damage. All right, let's fix up this method a bit. First, let's fix it up on I took it from this Banshee harasser object. Maybe this Banshee harasser always assumes the cloak's available because it doesn't harass unless I have cloak. I don't know. Whatever. Right, so let's first move that up here.
Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore.
Let me think here. So both of these are assuming I'm cloaked. Avoid high damage areas even if cloaked. Risk being. Okay. Maybe I'll use the value actually. Okay. So if I don't have cloak available and I'm under any threat, then I'm not safe. If I do have cloak, if I'm locked on, he must detect me somehow. If it's high damage, I stay away. If I'm low health, I stay away. Yeah, I think that was the step I was missing. Okay. So now I'm not going to walk into queens anymore. And then the other issue was don't fly into dead space. So Let's say unpathable terrain. It's not creep. And so it needs to be a safe position, a pathable position, and a no creep position. Okay, so that'll keep me from flying into those dead zones. There's one other thing I think I should work on though. Range check, yeah. Let's do a larger range check. Five is like the width of a command center. Yeah, I think I like that. Okay. I think this will make the Banshees look a little bit better. Less likely to get stuck. Build is done. Create the jar. And then we'll throw it up against Eris again. Yeah, I think I'm only coding today. I think with that large range check, it should be okay having the Banshee over terrain blockers for the most part. Like a cliff edge, for instance. It just won't go deep into like dead spaces, I think. We'll see. So the next thing I gotta do is, if I can see a creep tumor within a certain range of the Banshee, then I need to allow the Banshee to fly over creep. Otherwise, I'm just never going to kill tumors unless they're fresh tumors on the edge of the creep. How would that look like? So when we attack, we select a target, which in this case is just going to be any creep tumor within attack range. So I need to change that. Or maybe I don't do it within the attack code. Maybe I do it within the here. Something like if not on creep, or if I can see a creep tumor. Something like that. What do we got for Banshee Ravenish? We do have a Banshee, so we're waiting on the Raven. Or trapped SCV, nice. Looks like this is preventing me from building. Well, maybe not. My money's low. But it might be preventing me from adding on more starports because it's constantly trying to build it without SCV. All right, there's the Raven. Okay, so the Raven's going to follow the Banshee, and the Banshee's going to do its thing. So this thing's trying to get off of creep. Okay, good. It's not going into that dead zone. Yeah, and now it's pretty stuck. So it kind of reached the wall. It's moving away from queens now. That's good. But now we gotta add code to like have it turn back the other direction. And I can't do it anymore when it reaches the edge of the screen because since I'm not going into dead zone anymore. I'm not going into, yeah. Oh, I think it might have turned around. I think it's going the other way now. Yeah, so they were smart enough to be able to cross that thing. That's nice. I'd like to see it weave around these queens and then continue along the path. It's kind of getting hung up on them. Of course, these cyclones will solve that issue. So it goes down there, then there we go. Nope. Yeah, because I got set to like his main base. So like it doesn't want to go backwards. I needed to set it in a way that it roams the edge of the creep. It's not enough to just have a detour off of creep. I needed to target it in a way that... Huh. Yeah, I thought that would happen. Minor improvements, though. Yeah, I'm using Ocraft. It's very raw. Like, it doesn't do a lot of the lifting for you, but it's a good framework. It works. There's nothing missing from it. Yeah, so this simple, just try to get to the middle of the enemy base is not going to work. How the heck am I going to guide it along the creep? Hey, where'd they go? Are they dead? Or did they get released somehow?
Target acquired.
Oh, here, this is the one. It had cloak available, so what it was doing was not wrong. I just never taught it to cloak. Like, it's saying it's fine to be over that queen in Hydra because you have enough energy to cloak and you have the cloak upgrade. It just doesn't cloak is a problem. So, but probably something I should add into my bot. Or into that specific Banshee object. Yeah, so like if my Banshee's here and it's going, I don't know, let's say left, then I need to give it a target that's to the left somewhere, but on creep. I don't know how to do that. So towards... Maybe it'll still work what I have. Maybe I just need an adjustment. Where was I? It was in Detour 2. Here it is. So when I'm moving more than 200 degrees away from the intended target, I toggle whether I'm going clockwise or counterclockwise. And I think that's the issue. So when I'm going backwards, when it finds a backwards position, it's going to constantly keep toggling it back and forth. So that kind of made sense for like harassing units. I kind of like, if it's going backwards, let's just try the other direction and see if it gets us going closer to the target instead of further away. But for this Banshee, I have this as well. What is considered recently? 175 frames. So it can only change direction once every... Oh yeah, that's the other thing too. So when it starts moving further away, then all of a sudden a reasonable position opens if it just goes back. Okay, so here's my map. The create spread is like this, let's say. Like I'm setting it to the Zerg base, and then my Banshee is right here. So right here. And I'm trying to go this way around. So it looks there, can't find it, so then it looks there, can't find a reasonable position, keeps turning, and then it finds a reasonable position like that. But by the time it gets over here, remember every starting point is trying to go towards this position. It's like, oh, look, I can get closer if I go this way. So then it sends it back here. So that's what's happening. It was kind of like, it was retreating a little bit, and then it found out it can go forward again. And then retreated a little bit, and then found out it can go forward again. It never like made it around this hump like I wanted it to. Because like this is the ultimate target. So every time I made it like here, it's just like, okay, I should go back. So I almost feel like it should remember the previous angle. So let's say I'm here. And then it's like, okay, I can't go that way because it's on creep. Can't go that way either. Can't go that way. Can't go that way. Can't go this way. So maybe this angle should be remembered in the next iteration. So maybe I should just like take 40 degrees off it next time. So next time I start like here. It's like, nope, let's go this way. That way works. So by the time I was here, coming from an angle like that, right, take 40 degrees off of that. So it starts looking like this, and then that. And that way it's always like, it's kind of like keeping the same direction as already going, but then bending back towards, constantly bends back towards this X. So instead of always starting towards the X, start on the previous angle that it chose, and then bend back towards it. And then it should follow this thing. And then I need something to like reverse the flow. Once it reaches the end. But what is the end? Is also the question. Because maybe this is dead space right here. In which case this would be the end. Okay, so I can rewrite that function specifically for this creep Banshee. I think I like this idea. I think this will work. And then I need to do some sort of decision on when to change direction. I guess I could still do it near the edge of the screen. Because even if it hits like a blocker like this, it'll still continue this way until it gets close to the edge of the screen. Okay, I think I got this. Ay. All right, so let's find. So use this as a starting point. Wait. And then it's not just going around creep, it's going around enemies as well. Is that going to create any difference? I don't think so. So I think if we just kind of remember our previous angle. What was that? Float or an int? No, towards target. Shoot. It's a position I'm using. Rotate. Towards target. Okay. So if we kind of remember our previous detour position, Okay, so we start. Yeah, this is not going to work well, I don't think. It works when I'm detouring, but well, if I'm going in a straight line, I'm not actually calling this function. Maybe it'll work. Um, Maybe this, I only need to rotate back a little bit each time. Like, if this was my previous angle, maybe I only need to like go back a little bit like that. Because the next game frame is going to go back more, and the next game frame is going to go back more. Like, this is running, 10 times a second. So I feel like this angle doesn't have to be like 40 degrees. It could be like 5 degrees. Because like as doing this curve, it's like constantly slightly fixing it. Okay, I think I like that. And then we need to decide when to change directions. $175. It's like 8 seconds. Okay. That'll prevent the wiggling. And then I guess I'll just change directions anytime I'm close to the edge of the map. Don't think I have a function for that. Let's go is near map border. We'll take in the distance. Say if I'm in 9 cells of the map border, then we'll turn. And then I need to write this method. Oh. Needs a position, obviously. Yeah, not the detour position, like the Banshee's position. Okay. Okay, so this method takes in a position, and I just want to find out if the x or y coordinate is within within that far of the edge of the map. So I feel like I have values for this. Screen top left, screen top right. How are these set? Get playable area. Okay. Min x, min y, max x, max y. Let's see if we use those. So the absolute value well, actually, I don't have to use an absolute value because I know which one's bigger and which one's smaller. So position.get x minus the minimum x is less than distance, or less than distance, or
Target acquired.
is near map border. So the current position minus the minimum x is less than the distance. Y minus y, less than distance. Max x minus x, less than distance. Max y minus y. So if any of those are true, then we're near the map edge. Okay. So if I haven't changed directions in the last 8 seconds, and, not or, I haven't changed direction recently, and near the map border, then I'll toggle positions. Is that another bug at Andor? Let's go back to that original method. I haven't changed directions recently. No, it's in... No, I had an and. Okay. Okay, I think I like this. I think this will work. I'm not sure. Oh, I guess the other thing is when we toggle. I should probably reset this guy. I gave this a 60% chance of working. Target position. Okay. Hey guys. Let's try this out. Did that build? Oh yeah, just really quickly. Let's do it again. Eris versus Ketrock. Find the closest intersection between your facing position, turning towards the target base, and creep. Yeah, facing position could be a way of doing it. Yeah, in fact, like I don't need to remember my previous calculation. I can just use the facing, because I'll be facing the direction I'm moving. Like I try to remember like the last direction I told my Banshee to go, but I can just use the facing direction, because that's obviously the direction I'm currently going. And that is available to us in the API, the direction we're currently facing. That's probably a better way, actually. I wish I read that sooner. Facing and then towards the target. Would that create the same issue as before, though? Facing and then back. Oh. I might have made a bug. Angle. Yeah, hang on a sec. I can't just say 5. It's going to be based on which way I'm going. And it would be the opposite of this. So it'd be -5 if I'm going clockwise, and it'd be 5 otherwise. Should I do a facing change now as well? Nah, let's just see it work. I have a feeling we're going to see a Banshee spinning around in circles. Okay. Hey, I'm gone. So if anyone's just joined, the goal is we're trying to get a Banshee to travel along the edge of creep, killing off new creep tumors, and a Raven following that Banshee. And we just wanted to like constantly go back and forth along the wall of creep that's going across the map. They're going to be very passive units. They're not going to try to fight. They see a queen, they're going to run away. They're just looking for creep tumors. Now, the difficult part was that the Blizzard AI does not spread creep. It doesn't matter how many queens or creep tumors I give them, they just refuse to do it. So I'm having to practice against a real bot. So this is the versus humans version of Eris that I'm playing. And the issue was our Banshee was not doing a good job of like going along the edge of the creep. It's running into multiple issues. We're just trying to clear those up.
Target acquired.
The next problem is going to be we need to allow our Banshee to step onto creep to actually kill the creep tumor. Because right now we'll see a creep tumor and he's like, oh, it's too far away. I'm not allowed onto creep, so I can't kill it. There's a bug there too. This depot stole the position where this barracks is landing. Oh, barracks is out of commission. Not that I use it with this build anyways, but Good old trapped SCV. Alright, so what I got coming? Banshee at the moment. Can't really tell. The bot is clicking things too fast. I can't see what's building this thing. Alright, there's the Banshee. I need 200 gas for a Raven. Actually, I can. This clicking isn't doing anything at all. Weird. I can click in the Zerg window. All right, is this a Raven? It is. Okay. So now this Banshee, wherever it is becoming a creep Banshee. And the game's desynced. Look on this. In this game, Zerg is spawned all the way out to there. In this game, nothing's going on. Okay. Whoops. It just happens sometimes. This launcher desyncs the games on us. Yeah, the odds of that SCV getting caught in there is pretty small. Because it has to pop out on that north right side. And it has to build the tech lab before the SCV gets away. And yet it's happening every single game. I put a lot of effort into figuring out how to stack a lot of structures in my base without creating any trapped unit scenarios. And it still finds a way to find trapped units. Typically up against the terrain is the issue for me. Oops. Hopefully the games don't desync again. I should be probably working on the next problem instead of just watching this game. This is why my progress is so slow, because I'm always like, let me just test this thing that happens 12 minutes into a game. 12 minutes later. Okay, it didn't work. Let me try again. Wait another 12 minutes. Okay, it didn't work. Let me try again. Not the most efficient use of time. Hmm. think I should reorder these depot positions too. To always like grant me vision in my base first. It's blocking the barracks position again, isn't it? All right, Banshee on the way. There's the Raven. And he's got a good amount of creep spread, so it'll be a nice little test. There's the Banshee. It's avoiding the cliffs and stuff. That's funny. Should teach it to cloak because it thinks it's safe. It thinks it's safe because it has cloak and cloak energy, but I never told it to actually cloak. It's like a 2-line fix. Are we going to be building another Banshee with this build? I don't even know. I think so. Maybe not. Maybe it was just a safety Banshee at the start. It's building a Raven. Well, while we wait, let me add that cloak code. Base class. So when does it cloak? It's not cloaked, it can cloaked. It's not detected. Okay, that all makes sense. If it's in danger, so basically it'll take some damage before it cloaks. So it wouldn't cloak if it ran into like a single marine or something. Or to break a cyclone lock. Okay, that's fine. Alright, what's going on here? Did it ever make another Banshee? Oh, there's one. It's not looking so hot. Oh, there it goes. Kinda. Yeah. Go on, make it around the curve. I can see it clicking up here. It wants to like go up and around. There it goes. Now it's near the edge of the screen, so it should go back the other way. Alright, it's not pretty. But it kind of worked. Alright, let's give it that cloak ability so it doesn't keep dying. The one thing I didn't see in that area, though, was creep tumors. So maybe when we weren't watching, the creep was getting denied up there.
Target acquired.
Trying to picture what's causing the derpage. Okay. I'm not cloaked and I can cloak and I'm not detected. Yeah, okay. This might have been too big. It's looking so far away, it's probably seeing things that aren't even obstacles. I did a large so it can go over small chasms, but I think this might be causing the derpage.
Target acquired.
And it's not like these are fighting units per se, so I don't even mind if they're move kind of idiotically. As long as they can still travel from one side of the screen to the other side of the screen and back, following the edge of the creep. I don't really care if they do it in a stupid way. I guess one thing we can work on while we wait is allow it to target things beyond creep tumors though. Why do I have tank specific code in here? Ugh. I don't even remember doing this. Unless my bot prefers to shoot things that can kill in one shot. That's smart. And goes after high cost units. Value to cost ratio. No, hit point to cost ratio. I don't think I need anything like this for this Banshee. Just shoot at anything that it can shoot at. See what's going on here. Stuck SCV again. We have a Banshee. We're waiting on the Raven, I think. Yeah, the Banshee's definitely not looking at the creep, so we're waiting on the Raven. I think the stuck SCV is definitely causing an issue. I think it's not adding production because it's always trying to build it with this SCV. I can't click on things again. Don't know why. Ooh. Alright, there's the Raven. Where's the Banshee? There it is. So yeah, what happens when my Banshee is just in the middle of creep when this starts? Okay, it can cloak now, that's good. This is kind of awkward because now it's like... Okay. It's like on the other side of the creep. So another issue is I need to prioritize safety over staying off creep too. When it's in danger, it shouldn't worry about flying onto creep to get safe. Normally that won't be an issue because flying on creep is usually not towards the safety, but in situations like that, to get safe, it had to fly onto creep. And it was valuing staying off creep just as much as it was valuing staying away from the enemy, which is obviously not equal in priority. Oh, there's a Banshee. Oh, it's over here. This looks familiar. Like I can see the clicks back here. It's definitely still trying to go to the right. It would have no issue going to the left right now otherwise. So it's still having trouble going back here. There it goes. Okay, now it got close to the edge, now it's going to the left. It's so weird how it couldn't do it for the longest time, but then it just snapped into working. Might have had to do with the enemy units nearby. I lost track. Which one is it? This one? Yeah, now it hit the edge, going back the other way. It's getting there. It's looking like it's actually doing what it's supposed to do. For the first time. It's not doing it well. I guess the Ravens are busy with other things. Why did it turn around? I feel like it's not even using my new code. The queen should not have been able to make a turnaround. Only being near the edge of the screen should be able to make a turnaround. Little odd. So I have some code that frees up ravens for other purposes. I need to turn that off. Because whatever raven's supposed to be following, this Banshee always gets pulled away for other purposes. Yeah, like I feel like it would be stuck there forever if it didn't get pushed away by the queen. This raven is trying to stay safe and now it got so far separated from the Banshee. Okay, let's make it shoot out of things. I guess if the raven's always trying to fly towards the Banshee, and the Banshee's trying to stay safe, therefore the raven doesn't really need its own safety code, right? Unless it's really far away from the Banshee at that time. Oh, also the Banshee might fly somewhere cloaked, and the raven's not cloaked. That's a way to do this. We got a list of enemy targets within range. I want it to be the creep tumor if it exists. Otherwise, I want it to be I think I know a better way of doing this. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So going out to the creep tumors first, otherwise we'll go into our default code and just select the best target nearby. All right, I do want to look at that detour code again though. Okay, so maybe I'm missing something here. Oh, okay, so when I'm unsafe or I'm on creep, then I run the detour code, but otherwise, I'm just moving towards the target position. So that's why it keeps flying back, heading back towards the enemy main base. So I kind of wanted to always use this code. All right, let's not use this method at all. So instead of that, we'll just add everything here. And then we'll pick and choose what we need. Attack available. If I can't move because I'm immobilized. Does that even apply to Banshees? Can Banshees ever be immobilized? Stasis trap, neural parasite. Yeah, I guess I could be neuraled. Leave from Cloacus. Cyclone if locked on. Yep. Don't need that at all because there is no on arrival. And I don't want to do that. I just always want to move. But what about when I'm on my side of the map? I do kind of want to fly towards the enemy. I think the detour code will handle that as well. I think it'll be fine. Yeah, I can just call this directly. Honestly, I don't even need this anymore since they're not using that. This cannot override. Let's give this a better name now. I didn't like that 5, it was too big. Try 4. Okay. Guess if I can't move, I can't cloak either. Can cloak. I could be matrixed. That should be considered here. Yeah, I think I have a helper method for this. Meet utils that can cast. Yeah, if I'm matrixed or if I'm knurled. Okay, I'll look at chat in a second. I just want to make sure my brain has got it all together here. Move along creep. All right, let's give this a shot. All right. I think I'm feeling good about this iteration. I think we're going to see a lot less choppy movements on that Banshee. That's not where that goes. It can't handle sharp turns well. Yeah, I think it's because it kept hitting code that just sent it back towards the enemy main base. And then it would detour again and then go back towards the main base. I think this will fix it up. Do you have test cases for the strategies? Is it even possible to define a scenario? I mean, on pure functions, you could write unit tests pretty easily. I think people have tried to do like mock test scenarios. I don't know. I don't have any tests in my bot. So in fact, this is the first job I've had that's really pushed for unit tests because this is the first job I've had in like 15 years. So unit test and everything came naturally to me. Like, I know the framework itself I'm using has a whole slew of unit tests. But I mean, I'm guessing that's a lot of testing connectivity and stuff. But I think it does some sample scenarios where it runs a game and tests certain things. I imagine it would be a nightmare though to try to have really good coverage in unit tests. There's just so many scenarios that are so difficult to replicate without an opponent that's doing certain things. Okay, so assuming this works, which is a gigantic assumption, what would be the next step? We need to step onto creep to kill creep tumors that are within vision. So I think if I look at a creep tumor and if I say that creep tumor towards the Banshee at a distance of 10 is off creep, then I'm allowed to attack it. Something like that. So I'm not allowed to go deep into creep, but I'm allowed to shoot the stuff on the edge of creep that I can see. Because I'm worried about, like, if I step onto creep and I kill a tumor, then I'm going to see another tumor a little bit deeper and I'll go after that one. And then next thing I know, I got my Banshee wandering deep into Zerg territory. So I only need to limit it so my bot can kill the creep tumors that are on the edge, but not any other creep tumors. Creep spread is looking decent. Let's put that mini map in the corner so we can actually see it. There we go. Got a Banshee. I see a Raven, I think. Yeah, Raven's being built on that. Oh no, we got Raven and a Banshee. I think we got it. Exceptions being thrown. This doesn't feel like it's working right. Null pointer exceptions. Awesome. Move along creep 101. It should be fine. The unit should always exist. The previous detour position should always exist. Because origin is null. The origin on the rotate command. Origin's the first element. So this is null. This null out of bounds. It's not related. This is null. I run it locally. Okay, the error definitely said this. Oh, whoops. So the error definitely said that this is null here. So that means one of these lines is not working. And this will always work, so maybe this is returning null? Null out of bounds. If it's out of bounds, it's returning null. No, I don't want to do that. I don't think this is the issue, though. But we'll fix that anyways. Yeah, unfortunately when I'm running against Eris, I can't run in my own debugger. I gotta use a separate application. I can play against a bot I wrote myself in my debugger, Or I can play against the Blizzard AI in my debugger. But Blizzard AI doesn't spread creep, so it doesn't matter how many tumors or queens I give them. But I am running it locally right now, just against Blizzard AI, hoping that it would break, but it didn't. Oh, I was getting errors. I'm like, why is that Banshee just sitting there fighting? Shoot, I should have stopped on that air when I had the chance. Yeah, this value's null. Like, shouldn't it be dodging the biles? Should it just be sitting there fighting? Isn't it supposed to be moving along the creep? Yeah, we'll just wait for the next Banshee, then this should start over again. This one's building a Banshee. All right, well, it has a value. Oh. Just happened. What is this thing? Find why origin could be null? Never seen this before. Target position's never null. Units never null. Whoa. It just threw an error that frame when it wasn't null. Am I seeing the error wrong? Origin is previous detour position. Oh, maybe this is creating a null. Somehow. What does this even do? Subtract the pivot point. So maybe the pivot point is null. Can't invoke. Subtract. No, because origin is null. So weird. Has a value right now. Still has a value. Still has a value. It worked. Next time. Has a value. Right there. Null. It's null right now. Why? This is why. When I changed directions, I set it to null. No, but then we exit the loop. Nope, that's fine. Don't get it. So target detour position equals null. I assign it and it has a position. So strange, man. Null. We are calling it recursively.
Target acquired.
But outside of the loop. Oh my goodness. I don't see the logic error. So somehow we're on this line of code with this equaling null, but it never entered this if statement. So somewhere in this loop, I put a breakpoint here too. Okay, it has a value. I missed it. I think this line is turning it into a null sometimes. Did I restart the application after I changed this to false? Let's rebuild it, just to be sure. I don't think I rebuilt it. It looks fine now. Yeah, I'm not seeing the error anymore. Okay. Just forgot to rebuild that fix. Alright, where is the Raven and the Banshee anyways? I guess the Banshee died. Okay. Let's get back on track. Oh, wait, what was that? No, that was just me killing the session. Yeah, okay. All right. Let's throw it up against Eris again. Sidetrack complete. Okay, cautiously optimistic that the Banshee's gonna have good movement now. Can't work with remote debugging. If you can run their app with remote debug, you can attach it with the ID. Yeah, that's definitely possible, but it's outside of my knowledge set. I mean, I believe you that that could be a thing, because what I'm trying to say, but I wouldn't know how to do it. I could probably somehow launch the bots from my Java launcher as well. There's probably a way to do that to play against a non-Java bot, but launch it from my IDE. I should ask the other Java authors if they've done this. They all seem to be more senior than myself. Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's based off of it's built on protobuf, which means there's frameworks in basically every language you can think of. Like right now in the ProBots tournament, we have a Haskell bot, a bot written in Go, a bot written in Rust. We got one in C++. We got a couple in Python, a couple in Java, a couple in C Sharp. And those two C Sharp bots are using two different frameworks. There's a new bot that's written in Haskell even. That timing against Eris. I always build that depot right when this barracks floats off, then it can't land. So many bugs I need to fix. But if it's minor enough that I don't really care, then I never get to it. All right, how's this going? We got it's unclickable again. It's weird. You can only click on one player at a time. Yeah. Assume that's the Banshee on the way. Then we gotta wait for the Raven. Crude spread has started out of the Zerg. Creep tumor not spreading. Eris, you're bugged. It's probably trying to spread into here or something. It's spreading backwards now. That's hilarious. Thickening the creep. Alright, how's that Raven coming along? Do we have a Raven? And the Banshee's broken. Noise. Same bug. No errors. Logic error, I guess. What did I do wrong? Attack if available. Is weapon available? Should get past that. Weird. Where's the next Banshee? Don't think I have one. Like move forward and then it just sat there attacking the unit. Medevac. Must be so many injured SCVs that my bot decided to build a medevac when playing mech. Just for healing. Come on, Banshee. Nope, that's a Viking. That's a Banshee. It's not being used. Why not? Do I already have a create spread Banshee out here somewhere? Oh boy. That is perfect placement right there. Let's run it locally again. Obviously, getting rid of that exception did not fix the problem. I think this is the Banshee right here, because it has a Raven following it. Yeah, nothing sounds out. Poor mech is fighting on its own. Banshees are all being dumb. Something strange going on. I mean, like, what did I change from when it was working? I brought in... Can't move return. Should cloak's fine. I brought this stuff into this method, but I don't think it would have changed anything. I added more targets. only tries to attack when it's off cooldown next game frame. Slog con buff, otherwise it's going into the move along creep. This is not throwing arrows anymore. Oh wait. Retreat position. That's my mineral line. Target position would be the enemy main. Banshee towards target position. Range check is 4, right? Yeah. Mm. All right, where's this Banshee at? 151 and 80. So somewhere on the right. It's got to be this one. So what's happening? Yeah, target position is still the enemy base, which is fine. $169, $124. $169, $124. $169. So it's going to go up and to the right. Wait, what? Way up and to the right. The range check's only at 4. Why is it so far away? I feel like there's some bad math in here somewhere. I need to be saving this previous detour position every frame. Yeah, I'm not updating it. I see the issue. All right, let's try that. What an annoying coding stream this has been. Been stuck for too long here. All right, let's run it locally as well. And we'll run it against Eris. Should probably do the same thing here. What's going on? I think my whole system's locking up because I'm trying to start 3 SC2 clients while streaming. So that's my exit condition. So if it was called recursively, set that. Yeah. That'll be fine. Okay, what's going on? Which is which here? I hope this fixed it. Because before we went down this little rabbit hole, I was actually pretty confident that the Banshee movement was going to start looking good again. Looking good for the first time, I should say. Yeah, that's definitely a major problem that I fixed. Hopefully that solves it. Is it reinforcement learning bots? Yeah, they suck. Other than AlpStar, of course. Oh, and DieStar. It's mostly a money bottleneck, I guess. DieStar had 300 GPUs it's able to use, and AlphaStar had 20 TPUs, I think. Anyone who just tries training locally on their local machine, even if they're just trying to train one little aspect of a bot, I don't know. I've never seen a bot trained to do something better than just a script way a scripted bot does it, even for smaller things. But there's a lot of interest in it. I mean, people are definitely like on the Discord. There's a research channel, and then there's a channel for Pi SC2, which was AlphaStar's framework, and they're both fairly active. People are trying things out. Also, a good portion of AlphaStar has been made open source. So if you want to, you can train your own version of AlphaStar.
Acquired.
Hey, welcome to the stream. Just play like Maru. Yeah, but they're mostly just people do it just for interest's sake. In terms of like the competitive bot scene, not really. I mean, we've had bots that made it to like pro bots that had machine learning in them. Like Mad AI used to decide its strategy based on machine learning. It would scout the opponent, and then based on what it scouted, it would use machine learning to decide what to do. We had a cannon rushing machine learning bot that was actually made pro bots one season. Okay, why am I missing? Where's the Banshees? God damn. They're not doing anything. Six 100. All right, let's see what's going on in the. That's the current position. Seems to be working. Did I just not deploy it correctly? Okay, now what's going on? Hmm. Stay by 15. $16. I don't know. I think my brain is reaching its end. Let's think this through. The target position is always the enemy main base. Brain. Like, I think this works like when it's moving along the creep. I think what's breaking it is when it's just supposed to be moving normally. But why is it like stopping to shoot? Right, like it's not even moving right now, is it? Is it throwing errors? The more something screws me up, the dumber the solution is. I'm not doing anything with this position. I'm not actually giving a move command, am I? Oh, I'm such an idiot. I'm calculating a position. I'm returning it, doing nothing with it. So the very first frame where I created the Banshee, I gave it the target position. So it just flew to the target position. That's all it did. Oh my god. Stupid. Yeah. All right, this doesn't actually move anything, so let's rename the method to something that won't confuse me. Get position. And that's actually issue a move command. Oh my good lord. It's not even necessarily a detour position anymore. It's just like previous move position. I'm looking for some like flawed logic in this function. The function's not even being used to give a move command. Oh man. All right, next attempt. I think I've been trying to test this new movement code of the Banshee for like the last hour. I've gotten nowhere with it. I haven't even been able to see it work yet. Who's Eris? Well, this is a version of Eris that I have. It's an old version. It's meant to be played against humans. But the Eris bot itself is actually the best bot on the AI Arena ladder right now. So if I load up AI Arena, while trying to launch two StarCraft 2 instances and two bots. So my system is chugging at the moment. Yeah, you can see Eris is right here, and he's almost like 200 MMR ahead of second place. This is an insanely strong bot. So this is actually low for him right now, but he's got a 92% win rate. He's usually up around 94 to 96. But actually my bot is probably hurting him a bit on this regard, as I've been grabbing periodic wins off of him on the ladder. We'll never know about Alpha Star compared to our bots. Definitely when you see Alpha Star play humans and you see our bots play humans, Alpha Star is levels higher. But that doesn't mean that Alpha Star would do well versus our bots. Because Alpha Star is specifically trained to play against humans. And our bots do some really funky things with weird builds and like insane micro tricks with their infinite APM. Of course, our bots are not limited in the same way Alpha Star is. Alpha Star tries to mimic the limitations of a human being. Our bots are like, go as crazy as you want. 50,000 APM, no problem. But that's more than evened out by the fact that Alpha Star was able to spend millions of dollars on their bot. I think each of their agents, on their first release, each of their agents had trained over 200 years of non-stop StarCraft 2 games. Yeah, Alpha Star tried to do things like, it has to move the screen around. It has to click the units on the screen. Where like our bots can I can be controlling these units right here and on the exact same game frame be controlling a harassing Reaper in the opponent's base. No APM limits, no limitation of like user interface. I don't have to click things on the screen. Although that is available to us. We're using the same API that Alpha Star use. So if you want to, box select things rather than just, have unit objects, you can do things like that. Okay. All right. Well, it's it's an improvement of sorts. It's not going in a straight line and dying. But that new algorithm is not working out well. It ended up just flying home. Man, I really thought I nailed it the first time I wrote this. Might be time to forget the previous move and just look at the facing angle, like I should have done a while ago. Previous move rotated towards the target position. Same thing. This is my mineral line position. That might be getting in here somehow. That's such a... No, this code never gets hit. That's like an emergency backup plan. Like if I'm surrounded with 3 screens of danger. D2 position towards unit. Wait, what? Such a weird line of code. Like this is basically the exact same thing as just saying detour position. It's just moving it by the radius of the unit, which is such a tiny amount. Did it break here too and I missed it? No, there's a Banshee. No, we're waiting on the Raven. There's a Raven. Okay. Okay, so the Banshee is at 135.90, 139.90. So up a smidge and to the right. To the right and down. Let's just turn this off for a second. The breakpoints. Yeah. Let's turn it back on. The Banshee is definitely fighting with itself. So the previous move is 112.30. Let's walk through this. All right, let's do it again. I rotated it a little bit backwards. And then why aren't these safe? All these positions should be safe. But it is safe. So it's probably just not pathable or not. Yeah, pathable is false. Okay. I feel ready to give up on this for now. So every frame, it's trying to turn 5 degrees back towards the actual target. But every time that 5-degree turn is over an unpathable spot, it goes 15 degrees the other way. But it doesn't look that random, though. It looked very consistent. It was like wiggling in a straight line. So okay, it's definitely not wiggling a straight line anymore. So it's definitely fighting with. Yeah, definitely that fact that it's rotating every time it clicks on somewhere that's not pathable is a big issue. I just want to get rid of that pathable check just for a moment, just to see what it looks like. Yeah. That 5 degrees is definitely a slow turn, though. I thought because I was doing it every single frame, it would be quicker than that, but Restart it and maybe make some adjustments while it's getting going. I think we need to go big on these. How's range check used again? Previous move position. Oh, it's calling a different method. I forgot I renamed it. Ooh, that's a big problem. Hmm. I'm not using the range here. Yeah, this is not good. Let's go back to what they said in chat earlier. Let's use facing. Saving this value is just causing me headaches, and I'm not using it correctly. And so let's just restart with this. Just in case I had some other edits in here I forgot about. So feel like I did something with facing. Get facing angle of this Banshee. I forget how this even works. Like, looks like I've used it somewhere else. Oh man, that's why I gave up on this method in the past. It got too deep into geometry. Get angle. What does this do? Oh, that's a good note. So 0 is right, 90 degrees is up, 120 is left. Okay. So that's the angle between the origin to the target. Okay. Let's copy this over for reference. Facing angle. Angle to target. Get signed angle difference. What the heck was I doing here? Oh, just like non-absolute value. Okay. Not sure if I'm going to be able to work this out in my head. Angle facing and angle target. No, angle facing. Okay. So whatever I'm facing, I want to turn it 30 degrees back towards the target. Unless the target is less than 30 degrees difference, in which case I'll just turn it at the target. Well, if it's less than 30 degrees, then I don't have to do any more math. I'll just use it. Target position. So instead I can just go okay, so if it's more than 30 degrees off, then I need to set a new towards target. Hmm. I don't have anything for like a position and an angle and a distance to give me a new position. It's kind of what I need here. Like I have a position and I got some sort of angle and I got a distance. And then I want that new position. So I need a method for that. Do I have one for that? Did I create something for that? Towards. No, these towards are all using 2 points. Unit vector. It's rotations. Get destination by angle. Origin, angle, distance. That's what I'm looking for. Poorly named method, but so origin is the Banshee itself. Angle that's a question mark. How the heck do I solve that? And distance would just be this again. This is some number between 0 and 360, so that's that. Yeah, my brain's just not working. Okay, let's say this is 350. The border is going to be weird. And just say this is at 15 degrees. All right, so the difference between these is 25. If I do that. I guess we don't do absolute value because the sign's actually really important. So that's going to give us 335. Which I guess is the same as 25 if we're going the other way. I cannot envision this in my brain right now. This is all of a sudden going to be thrown off. That's not going to work anymore. That's why we need absolute value. God damn it. This is actually probably why I built a method. Because the difference between these, there's no way to like add or subtract to get 25 from these two numbers, but the difference between them is 25. So I think I saw a method for this. I was probably handling this in a special case. Signed angle difference. Yeah. So this is doing those calculations for me. Yeah, mod 360. Yeah, this is definitely what it's doing. God damn it. I hate your geometry. This is probably why radians exist instead of degrees, but I don't know shit about radians. This isn't grade 10 math class anymore. That stuff has left my brain long ago. Alright, so I just enter the two angles. Angle facing and angle to target. So that's going to give me the angle difference. With the positive or negative sign. I feel like we're just going to play the 50-50 on the positive negative because I'm not quite sure how to do it.
Target acquired.
So the new angle is going to be 30, but it's got to share the same sign as this. So that's negative, the 30 has to be negative. Good lord. At this point, I've forgotten what I'm doing. Get destination by angle, origin. Man. So value is greater than 30. Okay. Let's get my brain back to the start. So this is just like wherever my Banshee is towards the target position. And then I take that angle of that, and I compare it to the angle that I'm currently facing. But is the angle I'm facing actually the direction I'm moving? Maybe this won't work at all. Because what about while I'm turning? Well, whatever. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Although I do suspect this is actually not going to work when it's said and done. Okay, so the angle I'm facing, I compare them, and if the difference between them is greater than 30 degrees, then I take the angle I'm facing, shift it 30 degrees back towards the target. Okay. I think these are backwards probably, right? I can't see it. We'll just stick with this. Let's see what happens. Okay, let's give it a try. I actually thought this would be like a quick achievable thing I could do for stream. It's like, it just creates some banshees to like roam around and kill creep. That should take an hour, maybe 2. I wrote the code for the Raven in like 5 minutes. That was easy. Banshee. Oh my god, what a nightmare. My YouTube stream died. That's okay. It's not like this is a great stream anyways. Okay, what do we got? Got Banshee on the way. Waiting to hit that 200 gas so we can create a Raven. That looks like the gas cell being blown on cyclones. There we go. What was that? That's a Raven. Okay. I think at this point, I'm going to call it quits on this. I'll come back to it another time. Even if this works absolutely perfectly. It's not looking good based on the original angle here. All right. Well, one more quick test. Just in case I got this backwards. Oops. What happened? I can't tell if it's supposed to be negative or positive. But the angle difference between them. I already had a paint open. It's not greater than 30. Then it just uses the target position anyways. The target position's the enemy base. It's possible these geometry methods I wrote a while back don't work either, because I probably never tested them. More paint. Actually, with the breakpoints in here, I should be able to figure out pretty quickly what's going wrong. Do you remember learning radians in math class? Like instead of something being 90 degrees, it's like negative pi or pi over 2. Like everything's like I think 360 degrees is 2 pi or something. And everything's just related to pi. And it's just like, why are we learning this like nonsense system when everyone knows what degrees are and it's so much easier? I think once I started like using equations and stuff, I realized, oh, degrees sucks. Like everything is so much simpler when you use radians. But I don't know. I don't know what radians are. They don't mean anything to me, so I just convert everything back into degrees and then make a nightmare for myself. It must be like when Americans try to use the metric system. It's like, I know it's 1,000 times easier, but what the fuck is a centimeter? I'm going back to inches. All right, we got the Banshee. Waiting on Mr. Raven here. There we go. Where'd the Banshee go? Okay. Oh, hang on a sec. Yeah, it's going in a straight line to nowhere. Okay, the angle it's facing is 280 degrees, which makes sense because 270 was down. Angle to the target is 160, which makes sense. The angle difference is 121. So that is all correct. So I want to use it wasn't 30, it was 30. Okay, I see it. So the angle difference would be angle to target. No, angle facing. And then 30 degrees towards the target. So in this case, it would be subtracting. It's going to add 30. Okay, so these were not backwards. All right, here we go. Repair is complete. Will our Banshee start moving back? Okay, you're going. Where are you going? All right, let's try that again. Angle it's facing is 8 degrees. It needs to go towards 170. So it should be going to 38. Does this equal 38? It does. But this would affect the sign as well. So it's yeah, it's actually not the sign of this that matters, it's this. All right. Now we play trial or error. Uh, Oh, so far so good. Nope. Nope. God damn it. I'm going the new route here, where I just don't think. I just change something, and then look at what happens. Facing was a bad idea. Every time it shoots, it's going to change the angle it's facing to. Facing has nothing to do with the direction it's actually trying to move to. That's a big problem for me. Let's remember the previous angle. Okay. Then we get rid of that. Hmm. Okay. All right, rather than saving the previous position given, we'll save the previous angle given to this Banshee, and then I think it'll work cleaner. I don't know though. My confidence level is at 0 right now. So that's the angle to the target, and then the difference between that previous angle and the angle to the target, and the difference is greater than 30, then 30 degrees back towards the target. And then I think I can move this 30 down to a small number like 5 afterwards. Maybe 10. We can give that a try. And then I gotta go back and figure out that pathable issue. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, there's some glitchy stuff, especially like this type of ramp actually right here has a glitch in it. I remember finding any ramp that where the top of it is in the northeast and the bottom it is in the southwest. This cell right here has a terrain height of the low ground. It has this terrain height up here, which is weird because then you're trying to wall off the high ground. It's like, well, that's not part of the high ground because of the terrain height. So I had to do like a special edge case for that. But yeah, anything terrain related is a super nightmare for bots. Like figuring out that this is a choke point is such a gigantic process just to like get this line. It's like this huge puzzle that so many authors have been working on using like ray casting and all these techniques, and the way they do it is like so slow that you have to do it between matches. You can't actually do it live during a match. All right, let's see what garbage my Banshee is going to do now. All right, where's the Banshee anyways? There he is. Perfect. More idiotic movement, please. Get it. Look at all those clicks. They're all over the place. Previous angle, 15 degrees. 16, 124, 168. It's just like all over the map. $322. $322, $327. That's definitely not that. Got that backwards. Oh, we're starting the angle at 0. Otherwise, we increment by 15 to the angle. Then we rotate. $61.35. So it should have the exact same. Previous angle 61. Oh. Get destination by angle. Like towards target ended up being the same as detour position, which meant whatever this was should be identical to the angle I calculate afterwards. So how'd it end up being 61? Unit position.
Target acquired.
It's got to be this method is wrong. This one here, let's get angle. A10 squared. Oh my god. Modulistic. I can't understand this. Mm-hmm. 61 is like up and to the right. There's no way it should be moving up and to the right. Origin, target. Did I get that backwards? No. Banshee's position. The new move position is the target. Origin, pivot point, angle. Origin, pivot point, angle. This rotate method might do something different than I thought too. Like I'm understanding that is like this is the origin and this is the pivot point. I feel like the angle would be like here. Because I'm like pivoting this origin over this pivot point. Origin, pivot point, angle. I don't even know what these methods do, man. And if that is how it works, why the heck am I doing this? Radian sine cos. I don't. One time I might have understood what I wrote here. I certainly don't anymore. So the destination is the origin. The pivot point is my own Banshee. Okay, so that kind of makes sense. So that's the Banshee. That's the move position. And then I pivot it. Nope, it's still nutty. Previous angle, negative 300, 3,800. I'm just making this go from bad to worse. Oh, man. Okay. I need like a fresh take on this. Previous angle. So I'm saving the previous angle. I think I'm using them in different ways. So the towards target is like the previous angle. Yeah, I feel like it was mass clicking too. All the clicks were like 90 degrees. Like they're all like 90 degrees around the Banshee from itself. So I feel like, because this is using a pivot point, and the other one's not. The other one was like, what was it? It was like, can't picture it in my head. Goddamn angles. Yeah, no, that's the angle relative to the right. Get destination by angle. Okay. Did I ever use this method anywhere else? Can this method be broken? I use it in tons of places. It's definitely not broken. Or my bot would just not be working at all.
Target acquired.
.309. .309 and 41. Yeah, it's 90 degrees off. And then 264 and 41. $135. That's another 45-degree angle. It's like it's almost working. It's just, it might be calculating the angles differently in the different places. So that's an angle to the move position. And what am I comparing that against? Yeah. I feel like if I let this be and I come back to it at a later time, I'll probably solve it in 2 seconds. I just need a fresh look at this. I'm gonna look at it another day and just be like, "Oh, you idiot! Why are you doing this?" $88. Difference is 176. 264. Hmm. So I got a Banshee. It's traveling this way. The target's up here. I save this angle. Next frame, I take this and I move it 5 degrees back. And then I check here, and then I check here, and then I check here, and I check here. Until I find a safe position. But we're in the middle of nowhere. That one should be the right one. And then the next frame, I move another 5 degrees this way. I don't see it. I don't see the problem. I'm just going to be permanently stuck on this, aren't I? This is more forgivable because it's stuck between creep. Let's try a different map. Eh, I might call it a night actually. I really wanted to get it working, but don't think it's meant to be. Yeah, I built methods to deal with the 360 to 1 degree issue, how it wraps around. So if I get the angle difference between 355 and 10, it'll give me 15. It won't give me, negative 335 or whatever it is. It's definitely this idea of starting from my last angle and just kind of moving it back, along with this idea of constantly shifting the angle to find a safe position. There's something I'm missing in this logic. I think I'm just too brain fried to see it. The other issue is if I want to debug it, I need to play against Blizzard AI, but Blizzard AI doesn't spread creep. If I want to face it against normal creep spread, I can't debug it. Because I gotta run it against a real bot. Alright, Banshee on the way. Here comes the Raven. Now the Banshee should turn into yeah, it's all over the map. Like, look at those clicks. It has no idea where something is just over rotating somehow. It's going to be changing one number, and it's just going to be like super smooth. It's kind of awkward now because it is between two different sets of creep, which is annoying. Yeah. As much as I don't want to leave it, I'm going to leave it. Come back with a fresh brain. All right. So I'm going to end it there. Oh well. Thanks everyone for tuning in. I'm out of here.